мыслитель, вероятно, умен, плохо в обращении с людьми. Знает много интересных фактов относительно страдания. Медиум имеет развитые психологические способности, бояться, на него похож. Отличает физические Будем пытаться логически мыслить. Демоны ярости живут на зеркалах. Здесь
There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. Yes, it is. An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone. Do you really? You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you...
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Yes, your one disco mother. There's this giant ball there. An evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. Infinitesimally small. Vying for resources is just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face. Or you. Yes, it is. And you drowned in that you lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canadian motor carriage.
Бутылку взять. Бля, бутылку поставим, пиздец. Это, наверное, я могу.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold.
Ну, нормальный алкаш, блядь. Чё, блядь, не так там?
You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? There might have been, 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the time. For REVON, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume, if it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air, Boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Ладно, пока оставим зеркало в покое, блядь.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your feet. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie, or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you reach out to grab the tie. But what's this? Diffuse radiating chest pain. Doom comes over you. This is bad. Feel for quite a long time, still ongoing. Now, finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. The lights are off. This fan has 2, or has it been consigned there as punishment? You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. What you have in your hand is a fantastically... If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling? An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from a fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. Like the green shoe that's on the hat rack in the corner, which, coincidentally, is missing its friend. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you can still find the other on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room. A cool wind gushes in.
Вот это я понимаю, блядь, я. Интересный товарищ, блядь. Пойду ботинок искать.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. I couldn't say. In truth, so far.
You have no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something. She nods.
There's a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops. I didn't mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer. Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
А чё, нормально такая деваха, я смотрю.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Goodbye.
До свидания. Надо будет как-нибудь сходить к ней в гости. Определенно. Монетки. Пойду за своим башмаком. Ебать, я кент. Охуеть. Все, я нашел. Бомжиков.
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet. Like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear a normal cop is not good. They're balanced, comfy.
Видимо, меня бесит запах моря.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from through a PA system, by other people. You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughed? You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you. A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. What looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it. This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola. The part of the world you are in right now. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room? No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. Mm-hmm.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually.
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out, but it also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still...
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred...
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41... Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking it.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here, and I'm not...
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian...
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching. Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be me.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this...
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of REVON. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money. What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
The cafeteria manager stands silent. Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have. There's a shuffle of nylon as That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this...
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place, but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
В мусорке заночую, какая разница, бомжикоп же хули. Сука. Бля.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street.
Давай, минутка, блядь. Ага. Покручу, блядь, в голове мысли. Сука, бомжикоп хули. Бля. Ебать ржать.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind. You probably need them.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something?
Да, не буду я больше бухать, и все, блядь. Мне еще жить надо, работать надо. 130, блядь, 120 реалов заработать. Это у меня тут, блядь, какие-то копейки. Охуеть можно. Нахер полицию.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am pleased to meet you too, officer. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
Of course. Where to? Oh, that's right there. In the...
She's relieved someone has come for it. Finally.
What do you mean? We're in Martinez, sir. This intersection is called Roundabout North. There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay. No problem. Of course.
No gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure, keep them. I have...
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East.
Kuno's got this!
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, nappa comfy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
It's love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body. The kid is obviously high.
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthhole!
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is.
The usual being. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in REVON. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been?
Oh, don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's
Lame.
that's the name of Kuno's City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about...
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll...
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That's it.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Looks like you're a faggoty now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost.
Kuno's Kuno pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for REVON.
He lays the names out there with pride and precision, like cards on a table. Right when he's getting distracted, there's a malevolent...
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno. Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's dick...
Escalate, Kuno. His dick is out. You're afraid.
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Look...
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. The Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The...
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you.
The whole charade was about establishing dominance over you. You backing up means...
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch. You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno.
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever.
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking people. You don't know where I come from. You just Kuno's bottom bitch.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ash...
Click, 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 click.
Right, pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't...
This trash container is locked. The sliding, there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has.
He might also have information.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Что-то эти пиздюки меня, блядь, напрягают жестко. Пизды бы ему вломить на самом деле. Было бы хорошо.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted. Noted.
Heavy workers' boots. Isn't this something an industrial? The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a... You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow, Kuno.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected, more fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within. Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't... There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the...
Pretty clever.
Active decay.
He's about to blow!
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Hello again, officer. How are things? Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Мне нужна лестница.
Welcome to REVON.
Don't you welcome to REVON. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in this city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. The tear machine stands. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed. St. Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company. St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is.
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. Uh-huh.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and...
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Hello again, sweet.
The lieutenant nods politely. Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw. But dear, you're not for me. I'm too old and too married besides. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when...
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the whirling in rags cat? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of REVON. The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime. Much has changed, but it is still the... Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you then, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. REVON is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own.
Meaning, buying is voting.
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like to... Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in REVON, not in the traditional sense, but we should stop for today, sweetie.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
То есть тут типа, блядь, мир после войны? Интересно.
Of course, sweetie, I really don't know.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how...
Someone more educated in sweeping matters.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation.
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just to tide you over.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas-relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Baptiste, San...
Cross the plaza and follow the road along the coast. Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. It's easy. You bring a valuable item to a pawnbroker, who then gives you money for it. You can get it back later for a slightly larger sum if it hasn't been sold, but... Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back. Yes, dear. I'm a...
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires along.
Whatever do you mean? Ah, yes. Probably Roll With Me by the Fletchers. People, of course, dear.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the question. First we find your body is ready, sire.
Сначала, блядь, придумал, ищем хитяров, потом разъебываем в клочья. Это тема, да.
This trash container is with a well-oiled crack. The lock. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is. But the smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early... Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched. The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and...
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno?
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash. It's just organic waste. Nothing. It's nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Understood.
Be untroubled. If anything, this small moment has made him respect you more. You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it would not hurt.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it? It's a metaphor. Below the pathetics? Terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and an aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine...
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clip, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But it's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your... Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World. Others appear more lighthearted. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use this title. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. Inspect the victim. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of... A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extreme...
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Yeah, no. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden paper. In the back, you see, then rip them from 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. The rest of the stinking cellulose is it's made of dark blue plastic, hardened blue, the blue heart. Something rattles inside, ever so like permeables. It's not hidden per se. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The 2 sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. The slides snap back into place. It's without resistance or sound. The 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling. Thin wax paper has been glued. It smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small, you feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
Кажется, я погрузился в 2 часов, блин. Что, я проебал?
There is nothing. Again.
Нихуя себе. Прикольно, блядь.
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. That's me. Blue eyes. That's me. Who was what? He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness he's brought the cool when you're dead, brother. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on. You think they would let you
Кажется, я переживаю.
until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Oh, but you are.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life. It's
Drink.
with greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills.
What happened? That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
Before you stands a motor carriage. Vapor emanates. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook.
All right. Ready?
He's down playing it. The dashboard lights up. The lights unfold with a little.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. A rat brazenly darts.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and the first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150. At least, the last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
Alpha male officers who are proud.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200! It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's red. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective, or personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go to...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled the soft purr.
This is Precinct 57. Hello.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle. The man uses relay code. You've got this.
10-4, message received. 10-5. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is very serious.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report.
He what? He lost his badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not defend yourself. Immediately, they're laughing at you.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in...
Fuck me! Mac, come here! You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop saying...
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his...
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fun.
Don't sweat it, Bratan! You don't need a gun to have fun!
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Lying? Over the phone?
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. Losing his badge is bad in...
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance. Over. Ten 4, I hear you. I don't have the authority.
What does he want now?
He's asking for...
Is he fuck?
I don't think he...
Don't give that asshole anything.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. Anything else, sir? Over. Roger that.
18 kilometers. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke. abuzz with laughter when Officer Judith Minnow enters. Her left...
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact, and it's not good. He's lost his badge. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling...
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink?
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get... This shit does not leave this room.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage. A metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. It's robust, lets you see things. The handles are long, the pry bar, useful for opening. The pull-out toolbox slides back. This Post Levantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized. The box seems eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore. The mailbox does not know how.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to... My name is Annette. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signaling that the store...
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing...
Anything else you want? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types and endless variety. There's also books in a board games. There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition mega setting supplements module. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement. So the display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extreme rows and rows of Heimdall men. Blur your vision. Maybe 100? Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and these shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see crime fiction. These books greatly overstate. What's more, they come not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction, just shelves filled to the brim with crime. The plaque on the shelf reads, browsing through all the books, suddenly, high-speed next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rocks. Next to that, Revasholian radio personnel.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you.
This bookstore is not strictly about
I can't have you end up like...
This bookstore, amidst the point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to pay. It serves platted wholeness when it's up to your mind to heal yourself. Various paranatural books. You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Welcome to crime. Be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she wonderful? Did you talk to her? Great. Honestly,
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lives.
my precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper... As a young girl should be.
The woman before you scans the store.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't...
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Cursed?
What in God's name is she talking about? You see a tattered set of curtains and
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing.
she speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you. Urgent. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alert. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron. This is a traditional Seminese war. Inhabitants of Il. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else. old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the 8. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and yeah, imagine.
Behind the laugh, however.
So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Some pretty wild stuff. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined. He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dock.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Huh? The bosses, man. Makes sense. Don't be a stranger.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in South.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of the trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little thank you anyway.
Yes. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. It's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle. It's almost like music. You see a heavy steel. You immediately feel drawn to the color. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it.
He's not bothered by your eccentricity. He seems genuinely intrigued himself.
If you say so. Gart is the...
The door does not, but... Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
No problem, officer.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting. The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shout. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick... He doesn't like where this is going. This door can only...
Так, ну пистолета нету, заебись, в общем. Значка нет, пистолета нет. Охуительные копья, конечно.
The worker isn't a deep. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from.
Да.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to... Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. There are several footprints in the mud. Left.
Noted, noted.
Heavy worker's boot. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear? An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't around. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a... Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You could...
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that...
If it's all so simple.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremacist is there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. Or you could convert to his Semini Supremacist worldview. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy... Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slips by.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw... Was not meant as probably...
Lieutenant Kitsuragi picks up the coin and hands it to you.
Right, always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean. You know, serious.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and...
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to...
Besides, we're not that different. Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful...
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living. We have family.
So do we, Scott.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the...
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are off. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they...
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? Big mess, caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
What are you talking about? I'm not tense.
Yes, he's tense.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pick a side in this local matter.
Pity.
Let us work!
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates. He... lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from EL.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew his own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, stories have it, there were whispers he slept on a huge...
The man certainly knew how to live.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said. His Majesty's courtiers, cocaine, beneath the cold water. The original, most historians think the coalition's hasty landing. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart. People in Martinet, Philip III, the squanderer. Not that he ever did. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep, oh yeah. Like, look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that. Oh, you do. You make money. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a mutt. You didn't log that in as a donation either. Sure. Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky... Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate? Every time you wipe 98% of all your money. What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Small, wrinkled woman does not. The photo, an ambrotype. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. No response. Wherever this woman... Nothing.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display of sexuality?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ears.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front. This display of weakness may appeal to older women.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. Yes.
It means alcohol.
Correct. My small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
Servitude to Al-Ghul does not explain everything. There are other reasons for your rage.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental.
Show him the ham still got it.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and power. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah. You know.
There is a button right behind it, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Да, запиздить я вот точно не смогу.
Что поебало и отъеду.
Печально.
Welcome to it. Duke, come on. I know exactly, but you see...
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen... God damn. Thanks for that, but no.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so the strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. Apples?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions? It's about not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior... This concerns you, police.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the keeps of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And it's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new subrace, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's... Don't push your luck. Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to...
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not...
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my...
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the
René, you a man.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my...
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your... Already, your muscle... A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, an embodiment of pure motion. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some.
What the hell is your problem? You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer?
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything. You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, in Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame? Cop is a pejorative term.
He doesn't know about the crime.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I know the kind.
Oh, René. If you only knew life...
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got... Should have fought dirty, like they did.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military Martinez was used as one of the three. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those...
Blood Ground? You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough.
Don't get me. Damn right, son. They let the rest of the city got cleaned up.
Well,
You don't even begin to
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I would have preferred instead. This is just what the commies wanted. This was... It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It got nothing to do with anything. Damn Frissel. He was a king we couldn't protect. A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better. But the damn commies drove him into egg.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't...
This was René the king! As if... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of
a superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be, decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the Revachol would be a different place if more people realize that.
Don't get started on that again.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Oh, old Philip was a big...
You can't even take the responsibility for... That's why the Philippian king...
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philippe III was...
Higher realms. Of course. It all he's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... Right.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer, that's Kuno, under the graffito, a sea of blues and grey. You know this to be the star. The church looks old and weather-worn. The metal feels cold and wet under you. This coin why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty? Your money disappears into the coins, the curtains on the display, the lenses shift, the ghost sharpens into it. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really? Yes? Yes?
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this panel. Usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever, you pull the lever all the way up, until the metal clicks against the contact pin. Nothing happens. The spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine and the money appears. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
Active.
He's about to blow!
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. There he still is.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know, to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach a security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock work, that's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful.
That's right. You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, they didn't identify themselves. There's a strong prejudice against involvement. That's right. No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was Yes, it just so happens there's a beautiful, blonde 19-year-old woman at the heart of this case.
The weary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
Extremely.
It can still be an otherworldly sex mystery in your head. He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a... You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my... Later. Was there... Good. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation. That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I guess you don't need glasses, then. That's because I'm half Zeolite, or quarter. My father's father was from... It's a part of the world, officer.
Seo is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Zeolite. I've never met No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow.
Something the matter, detective?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just the flick of his eyebrow, he's able to make you his thrall. Nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills. The lieutenant is a police officer, but this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school for real detective work?
The lieutenant produces his small blue note. We all have our different...
Good. Let's change the subject.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to... They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
He simply nods, passing along frivolous Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the...
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Just a couple of...
Yeah, you tell the...
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious
Probably climbed. You heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesco.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Kuno gives this info out on a...
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Your test...
Get lost!
Yeah, like a fuck...
You're lucky you didn't die there!
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right?
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non-vomiter. That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again now.
Kuno doesn't fuck...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The ammonia only makes it worse. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring, like a krenel.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. I think I've lost my sense of smell.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too. I've seen captains puke their guts out, then drive to the station. Monday, make sure you bring your handkerchief. No. This is you need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah, like a fucking volcano.
Yeah. You're lucky you didn't die there.
Yeah. Kuno's got some... What are you?
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy. Don't ask questions. Roll with it. It will work. I promise. That's right. Turn your weak...
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real. Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Pig, these are found modulars. Believe it, you...
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They will also make you into an idiot.
Alright, Pig.
Don't do business.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains...
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal.
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of... Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking act.
The lieutenant takes a quick note.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
Dunno. Kiptas Gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Opagite descent. It used to be a common...
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno...
Yeah, her... What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind. Lazy.
He's hiding something.
Pig, if Kuno was hiding something, it would be hidden.
But it is not hidden, is it, sire? You picked up on it. You should examine the pile of roofing material again.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno? You already know that slow shit. Kuno thinks...
Kuno, stop!
Ease off, see? Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do. What else you want, Pigman? Yeah, like...
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Oh, what? You'll fucking vomit on Kuno too, Pig? Kuno doesn't...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material eaten up. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Easy on the eyes. Rhythmic pattern calms your mind. Mammals like this stuff. No, there's more to this. You get the hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. It's... There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 heavy workers' boots. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig! I'll die before I squeal. What's this kid?
Get the fuck out!
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder? I'll die before I... You don't want to fuck with me.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before I squeal.
Hello again, officer. How are things? Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma...
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. He's always giving me trouble. Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, I'm tired.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here.
There's silence, the smallest of smiles.
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I don't know anything about that.
Pig is a widely used term.
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well, I didn't. Since the street sign's messed up, no problem.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come.
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pigs come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up? Trying to sneak.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I... And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell. The woman on the boat does not.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on.
Ozon is an archipelago.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. You should take the lead.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck hush. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful... I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at grip? We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just you. Yeah? Thanks.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life. Watch your back.
Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the...
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name?
Martin Martinez. Good local name. Let's go with that.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the...
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with... He doesn't reply. Gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow can...
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, it's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his...
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has... We'll just have to go in and see.
isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pendant. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century, and quickly, even today, half a century after, the star to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist because white is the color of peace. Smug superiority, aesthetic music. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply. No reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle...
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plate, Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists.
A plaster cast bust. You hear someone. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard from the looks.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get in.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. A poor communard from the...
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. Go ahead, then.
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm no one. If it's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep. Ask away, policeman. No one lives there. It's been empty. Impossible. I would know. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking in. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. Oh, that one is I think he studied. Something to do with all those stars around his door. The symbol of what now? Ah. Oh, the artiste? Nothing I can do about. She leaves an old lady to have been. Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you.
Oops. You really didn't get the...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the...
Yes.
Somewhere in the building.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs.
Thank you. We should...
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once a great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled. The tenement acted as the waves of the Martinez Inlet. What didn't fall? Those arches acted as support for some. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Rest a fleet. They massed airships further down in the Bay of REVON. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required, many are still there to this day.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, I can see that.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
I ain't no snitch.
Actually, there is a shortage.
We weren't put on this earth.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed. You hear someone walking around inside. There's no sweet talking your way in there. You have plenty of reason to enter.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. Do you want to see my ID as well?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner, but that was months ago. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone.
The sum must have been puny.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous... I'll tell you, Martinez has a...
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the... Both apartments are now unrented. Of course.
Приодеться надо, что ли? Концептуализация.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these This door is made of metal. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smell.
Let's see if anyone...
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big... Remember, a striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat.
Good afternoon, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Baton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meantime...
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a the Pines core, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with...
The Wild Pines group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown...
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss...
A billion?
It's a number. It's made of 1,000. 20 billion. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. They started. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone in. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribe, you mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo, there are no minor cogs in the system. Each...
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why?
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about... I believe the official title is...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes. Jean-Luc, let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the Union.
This isn't the first time the Union has gone on strike.
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the Union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say? Every worker, a member...
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. I'm not sure. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work.
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines Group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pine...
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual... Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. With a funny little switcheroo. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She
disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, a Her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could... The point of the presentation is...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more...
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he...
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that...
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She's a negotiator. Just float a...
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see...
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it...
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, or... You can recover your badge. Though, if I may be blunt with you...
Detective, a word in private before we... This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just... Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large.
The situation might have changed.
You could request a new one. No. If there is reasonable suspicion. What I propose is, we ask her, then we...
You see rows of toys? Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. big men on big horses, clad in
Franco-Nigerian knack.
a long time. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look
You're probably talking about the revolution. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't...
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by the... Yes, by something nice. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys. The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One, especially, this is you. Gold or not, just make sure it works before...
Is the Harmon Welshie W2 made in... If police were...
Like a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
For sure. It's a consumer device with professional Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found...
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole, this would make quite a statement in your...
Yes, officer. As you it was brought to me to...
We are not here. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy an...
Yes?
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my... What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any...
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. I doubt it, but I can try and answer. I do my best to keep my distance from...
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God, the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just, truth be told, she...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol citizen, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emission. My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck up.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man. Let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the projector!
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Jean-Baptiste summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant... So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you $3.20 for it. A pin from 31 ought to be priced at $3.10, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell anything? Another time, perhaps.
Еба, пистолет я продал, значит, ну, бля, молодец, конечно, ничего не сказать.
There are clothes that...
Don't be shy.
How about some premium? You find your hat.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
You find your hands deep in tatters.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving. Keep coming.
If he really wants to save the economy, something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek, a windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100%.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see two lowly
I can see you were
Speaking of luxury, a pair of foul...
Those sneakers, mister. Those...
Only? That's madness. These once respectable...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. No, don't.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat. There's a pile of
You like sunglasses?
stylish shades, huh? They abort.
Damn, officer. You look like a...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
These are... Those UV stickers are...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and... the shine on...
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even...
Oh, very interesting.
This is how a sea monster... Yes. But they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. And they can be yours for a mere 3...
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough...
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
You see a Samaran street. The name?
Happy shopping, officer. Everything. You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, yeah. You like premium men.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? Ah, yes.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing it.
Sorry, detective. Me?
This man probably comes from... Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by REVON. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. No, it's very cool, officer. Only the coolest goods in rep. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got good joke, officer.
You glance around the decrepit building.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its low officials are so cool. Hyper cool. No need for...
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how that... anything for you.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter. Just some tasteless advertising.
You keep coming.
If he really wants to save the economy, no good. If he really wants to save the... no good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you. Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker.
Good choice, officer. Mega sport.
You see two...
I can...
Speaking of luxury, a pair of found...
Those sneak...
Only found ultra. These once...
No, don't look at the speakers of these of...
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic. There's a pile of...
You like sang...
Stylish shades, huh? Abort.
Damn, officer.
No, you are definitely not.
Are you sure? But they look...
These are... Those UV stickers are almost certainly...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super... Oh, very...
This is how it's... Yes.
Wow! And they can be yours for a mere...
The lieutenant...
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician.
You see, the name.
Happy shopping your way. Oh, yeah. You like premium men's.
Don't be distracted by.
Only the coolest goods in REVON. I'm an entrepreneur. Good joke.
You glance around.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
It is.
That's right.
If you want it to be.
My man.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Yeah, REVON's the coolest. Doesn't care about no need for.
But did he first mark?
My man, you anything for you. Me?
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago.
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the Seaguy
The Apricot Suzerainty.
No, apricots. Speaking of, why not support an independent?
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Evening falls. The vows are blurred. Lower intestine. Fascism, Brota. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow. It is one of betrayal.
Everything's still cool here. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay. But officer...
I don't...
Sorry, detective. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up. Just...
Oh, okay. But officer... Sorry, detective.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter, soaks in whatever it is, goat milk butter. It's an acquired taste. Just some tasteless advertising at the...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one.
Oh, okay. But officer... Sorry, detective.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter, soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines, whatever it, goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it's an acquired taste. Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubberneck.
И фули не получается.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran Butter. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran Butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G20. It's about the right size, and the Caprice 40, very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most, the Linear G20. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. We're not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
You've thought of a very touching story.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. We are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the...
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul,
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words.
Jumping canals at night? In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant. The tear machine stands in the... Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears.
Welcome to
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
She pops. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to...
Okay. I'm not...
She looks up.
Yes. What we have is there. I don't really know anything. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really.
No need to worry. It's just...
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by it.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. I don't know. What about it? We're in as man.
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great. And when ordinary people... Yeah, it happened. I don't know.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands...
Our government? Or do you mean something else? Cool.
To work! Right to work! Shade!
The woman still has her eyes fit. No response. Wherever...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The worker is in a deep slumber. You see a heavy steel door with the cobalt blue the door does...
I help you? Yes, have you got it? Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, not... They...
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. We don't.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting. They probably fucking killed that.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't... Or some boring storage space with a...
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
The man ponders his cooking. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that. The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. The bed is cold and not bitter. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of ape. By the way, the raw materials were most likely... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke. Who knows what you are? How various.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie.
Like a cat rubbing itself against its owner's calves. A cat that wants you to smoke a lot. Good. They'll make you stronger and better. Your plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Hello again, sweetie. Hello again. I hope you're able to pawn that old trinket. Oh, thank you, dear. I can...
Even the lieutenant seems happy with...
Now, what else, sweetie?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slop. There he still is, looking right through you with his white.
Fuck does Kuno care? Pig, do you have any idea Kuno's cruising his big...
Get the fuck out of here, fat ass! Those pants are too small for you.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Die before I squeal, pig.
An old call box with a matrix, an off-key.
Kuno, please stop.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this? A single beep indicates that the line. You ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't, but all you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute or two, but looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. You hear static from the intercom.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you...
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God.
Who cares that you don't remember her? No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just why did you even call? I don't understand. You've I've been gone for months.
A spot of static.
It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards. Silence. No one's home at Fortress. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one answers. This button looks...
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
There it is again. The scent of egg. Yes. From the sunset, there is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat. Warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Bitter. Whatever petrochemical byproduct until a blossom of skin and flower feels so
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or
Crime is what we were so...
It's exciting to people. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. Head? Yeah?
Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work. It's the type of... Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a... It happens. Those are unhappy books. These are not... Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either. That's really not a proper romance story. That's not in romance books. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up. Yes.
What was that? An idea?
Maybe some about other books? The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
The girl keeps her hands folded.
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the...
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex. She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands. There's something you're missing.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for...
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the... You've been running around all week with... Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I'm glad I could help you, sir. Oh, King, I think that's why...
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Okay, sir.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks.
Oh, blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those. What does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to this.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches to... She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hjelmdalaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale. Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime God. I've told her not to do that. She can.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were... It's a proper place to live. Most of the buildings are empty. He made the initial investment. Yes, I'm afraid so. We're quite busy. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do. She's been too busy, I assure you.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic. The woman looks aloof. Her feet. Several maps have... The maps look old, and this large map, Ozon, disintegrating. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on a... You can. 850. The ocean connections that you have little idea what perhaps they are. The north coast to the east, Hudon. It's so small. No, it's not real. Still, it's deep.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing, from when some design... They didn't get that far. For some reason. A shame.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop...
Sir, don't touch that. Parapsychology...
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No!
There is something. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary...
I warned you! You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens. Only an echo. No one is there. The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northland. The back blurb below, in smaller font, a brazen attempt to bilk fans for more money by splicing together old stories under. People find comfort in familiarity, remembering old experiences, looking at old photos. The story opens in medias res. The man by nightfall. Only the man from Heimdall and his blood brother, 9 Tyribald. The man from Heimdall bellows over the army of flesh, and it is physically impossible, and with deadly finesse, his twin blades scissor the neck. A few chapters later, this book makes a mockery of the Northmen find the man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's border. You skip past as in the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nectera are disemboweling a shrieking peasant. And as the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws swiftly. The visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother, Tyribald. In an instant, the Nectera, oh for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Heimdall and Tyribald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nectera. The man from Heimdall's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries. He probably is, but you can't be sure, cause this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, to considering the sheer amount of different Heimdallaman books out there, it's very unlikely you're... The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed. Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at... A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of semblance trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind. There are no collars. Why does it feel so familiar? The barbell waits patiently on the floor. No, it's just a memory from another life. When you were young...
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean.
Ладно, штангу пока не будем трогать. 80 килограмм, блядь. Я становую делал сотку. Когда был молодой.
What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electricity still works.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good. It's dark, and the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but...
The machine lights up like some prehistoric... It's empty, like...
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happened. Nothing happens. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Some of the writing has faded. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of translucent Welkins. With who are all those? You should adopt one of those Welkins as your one of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara, the Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men. All of them. purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin. Green Welkin. Dread Welkin.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. This looks like concept art for a project. Some people really like building a world. Political commentary. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of you see primitive oil, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels cozy in its own. A pinned postcard reads, "This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Mini-Me stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried as time goes on. The numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days."
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts the static.
Good evening, Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a... You should ask her for a hint.
No.
A hint system is not part of the...
Still no. I am contract.
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please received? I will register.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still... This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. A diagram? The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbook. Radio frequencies, it's unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very, you think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. All lead back someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of whoever decides to call in to a call-in station. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull in.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure.
Tiles on the cube are... The filament slides out of its glowing nest. Nothing happens. Like a smooth draw, The speaker comes to life.
Good evening, Fortress Accident. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeat. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded now. Please tell me if they're good. Please repeat the received.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, it looks like one of...
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
True calling state. Then there's the game master, not to my knowledge, but I don't think anyone has attempted. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people...
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real.
No idea. This, indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that. Okay, let's keep moving.
You see, a terrifying... The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eye, a gust of freezing cold air. The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
Of course. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are... You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate... What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money.
The fridge buzzes with... thick layer of coal. Looks like this furnace has a face.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chat.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling...
What are you doing? Yes, it was.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. No, it's many years of combined. All you feel is.
Хрена себе, прикольно. Я помер.
What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electric...
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because no need to look for... Yes?
Ладно, давай остановимся. На сегодня. Я так понимаю. Фуй. И...
Yes?
Блядь, почему ёбаный фонарик нихуя не светит?
It's dark. And the flashlight or... What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electricity...
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good. It's dark, and the...
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless. Your flashlight, some of the writing, these light translucent. Who are all those? You should adopt one of the Welkins, towering among the rest. Appears to be different, however. It's the hull door.
An inordinate amount of time. Some people really... This looks like... Well, just look at those details.
The photo, entire oceans. You see, albeit dark, a pinned postcard read. This is mini-me, stands for a mini-meeting. As time goes...
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out... This old diagram, the whole thing resembles history classes. Radio frequency, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. All lead back to one red hot. Someone very... The leader of a conductor, whoever decides... There's no...
My God, the schedule.
Nothing. This appears...
A radio computer. Just sitting here. We have one of these down at the station.
The machine lights up like some... It's empty. The filament you have would fit perfectly as... Nothing happened. Like a smooth draw. Bar off the static...
Good evening. Please repeat. The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the... Good.
Password. You should ask her for a...
No.
A hint.
Still, I am
I'm afraid we are not...
Now, received...
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Fortress. One fortress.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of its glowing like a smooth draw. The speaker...
Good evening. Please repeat. Yes.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as now. Please thank you.
Tiles on the cube are... Nothing happens. The filament slides. Nothing happens.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. You should take care. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the... You see, the bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant doesn't. A gust of freezing. The lieutenant takes... Of course. Let's take a look in...
The shelves are empty. All you see, you pocket the note. And a friendly cartoon bit.
Good question. I know. What is even...
The fridge buzzes with... thick layer of... Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush lake. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left. Yes, the lieutenant seems relieved as well. A hollow ring goes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Неясно.
You see, the bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant, a gasp. The lieutenant.
Of course. Let's take a look in.
The shelves are empty. You pocket the note and the little a friendly cartoon.
Good question. I know. What is even...
The fridge, buzz it. A thick layer. Looks like this furnace has a...
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs, rummaging.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez.
He likes this find. A few bricks have fallen. The note is written.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the...
Someone who owns a radio computer? My guess is as good as yours. It belongs inside a...
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Really? You don't have a scene? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if it... I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old. Turning the crank is all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Two cables are plugged into the break. Something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and contented.
Hello again, officer. I'm a Nighthawk. What can I say?
She's still here because of yours.
You don't have to stay because of...
I like the city at night, don't you?
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? As a police officer, evidence being money, you can't stay here without money. Not until you...
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are...
Forgive me for saying this, but your I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here. Not until you...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open. Greetings on this fine night.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light. What a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. Prolodon is just I was with the...
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
We were an all-volunteer. I lived by. There wasn't much to volunteer. A bad idea. There's a reason. So much disappointment. No one's.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built them the clean. So I came to Martinez. I like the theory.
Yeah. You gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Yes, we'd like to...
Roy, take...
Yes, these are...
No one was defrauded or jumped.
Of course.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well. Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not...
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the army.
The door is closed. This door can open still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like where this is going. This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. You mean...
Keeping the habit within the parameter.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I look forward to that. We weren't able to. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, to say the least. Those are some stylish shoes too, by the way. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure, yes, all the officers of the RCM, we can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. You can't. Those who don't show up, as you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermark, you have to supply not a good position. We don't convict. We are a coalition government. And the RCM was formed by the or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental. Do you? No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying light. This...
They really don't like us here. It's our fault for leaving this place. We run this city. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... Me too. But I wouldn't count on any trust. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go. Yes?
The window stands broken. You see some light. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because... The bed is cold and not particularly inviting. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch, and then sleep doesn't come. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to... Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the... Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you.
Of your childhood. What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs? But you know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets wandering. It's the worst day. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Well, you tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. No, it's gone. 3 times gone, and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed No, you haven't. You're just sleep-talking, and the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up.
Stinky boy.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown? Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like stat.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off and time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself? Suit yourself. Slow.
Ну, все, на сегодня закончим.